Good morning, everyone. We'll get the July 21st council meeting underway here. Any additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham.
So I will add under closed session, intergovernmental relations, ATIA-Section 26. And I will also add under council committee reports, Division 5 update, please.
Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to add for Division 1, a thank you from the Hesketh community.
Okay, Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I'd like to add under the council and committee reports, Division 4 report, and also for the summer tour.
Any other councillor, or go ahead, Karen.
Administration would like to add third-party business, ATI Section 19 to the agenda.
Okay. Everybody's okay with that? Councillor Hopkins.
That being said, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda as amended.
Any concerns or questions? All in favor? Carried. That takes care of the adoption of the minutes, or the agenda. Approval of the council meeting minutes of the June 23rd. Everybody had a chance to go over them. I didn't see anything pressing myself. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Olson.
I'd make the motion that we adopt minutes of June 23rd.
Any questions or concerns on that? All in favor? Carried. Okay, let's go to 4.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. This morning I bring forth an RFD, but more for information and questions if council has any, on the EPR program. It's the phase 2 that is coming up, and it's mostly involving the curbside recycling collection. So the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation is underneath the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act through the provincial government. It basically is a regulation that transfers the responsibility for managing designated recycled materials such as packaging, paper products from the municipalities and onto the producers. The middle person, or the pro as they call them, is Circular Materials. It's a national not-for-profit producer responsibility organization, which is the pro producer responsibility organization, and they're responsible for implementing Alberta's residential recycling program. The EPR is being implemented in phases across Alberta. Phase 1 focused primarily on the depots collection and did not materially change the level of service already available at our Kneehill County transfer sites. Phase 2, though, represents the more visible service change for Kneehill County residents, as they will be eligible for curbside recycling collection within our hamlets. The new collection will start October 1st, 2026, and each resident within the hamlets will receive a recycling cart for this. The phase 1 of the program, it was implemented in 2025 and included Kneehill County transfer sites as rural depots. There wasn't much change in this. They pretty much kept what was there. So at our transfer sites, we collect cardboard, paper products at all of our sites, except for at Three Hills, we do have a single stream recycling bin that can be used for plastics, paper, and that sort of thing as well. Phase 2 of the CPR program, as I mentioned, begins October 1st, 2026, and introduces that curbside collection services. So basically, to be eligible for this, we did have to provide curbside garbage collection in these urban facilities, which we've been doing for many years. So they were placed into this phase 2. This phase 2, residents will be able to place a wider variety of recycling into these bins. Not only will we just be taking cardboard and paper and some plastics, but now oh man, I'm trying to lose my things here. But a broader range of recycling products. Like we weren't able to take a lot of the plastics, but now we'll be able to take the plastics. We'll be able to take glass containers, foam packaging, cardboard, metal containers, and everything else inside these carts. As well as our single stream bin at the Three Hills transfer site, we'll also be able to accept this expanded material list. So the Kneehill County communities that are included in this phase 2 implementation of curbside recycling are the hamlet of Huxley, Sunny Slope, Swalwell, Torrington, and Wimborne. These are selected because they were the communities that were receiving the curbside garbage collection. The EPR curbside recycling program applies only to eligible residential premises. Commercial, industrial, institutional, and community use properties, even if they are currently participating in the hamlet curbside collection, will not be part of this recycling. Through the mandate through the Alberta government, it is residential only. Anything other than non-residentials, they'll be responsible for arranging their own recycling services, such as using our transfer sites or one of the other depots around. Alternatively, as I said, since non-residential properties are responsible for their own, alternatively, the county could consider providing a separate service. However, that service would fall outside of the EPR program, and any costs associated with it would be the county's cost. So specific for this new collection that's starting October 1st, Circular Materials did issue out requests for proposals back in 2025 for the services to begin. These agreements were finalized, and they are now effective October 1st, 2026. And as I mentioned, the hamlets that were included were Huxley, Sunny Slope, Swalwell, Torrington, Wimborne. The collection contractor that won the RFP was Empringham Disposal Corp. They're going to begin October 1st, and the collection frequency is going to be bi-weekly on Mondays. And like I mentioned before, new collector bins will be distributed to all residents. So ahead of time, that Empringham Disposal Corp, they will be doing a rollout of the bins prior to October 1st. So residents should start seeing new bins arriving throughout September. They are asking that they don't put them out until October 1st because they won't be collected until that first scheduled thing. As I mentioned, these bins will be considered single stream recycling. This is so that you can put any of your materials in, from glass to cardboard to paper products to tins, all into one bin. They don't have to be sorted. This will now be done at the sorting centers when they are brought into the main hub. So this is a little bit easier for residents because they don't have to worry. Like I said, it's just a one drop bin, and you can recycle. So some of the key milestones that have been going on, and they've kind of basically started, is July and August. Circular Materials has hosted introductory meetings with municipalities and their designated collection centers. So I did participate in the Zoom and did meet Empringham and that sort of thing. So they are ready to go, and this isn't their first RFP. They've been doing this around the communities, not within Kneehill County, but around Kneehill County. They've been doing this, so there is experience there. So it's not going to be a brand new company doing this. Mid-July, so basically now we're coming up and we're going to start promoting this onto our social medias. I don't know if you're on social medias, but if Circular Materials has been putting out a lot of ads lately on Facebook, Instagram, all that sort of stuff, targeting people and letting them know that, hey, this is all starting to come out. So we'll also be doing the same thing on our social media challenge, just to make sure that people in the area know that this is going to begin. As I mentioned, in September, the cart delivery is going to begin. So the residents within the hamlets will we'll be receiving those. And October 1st, well, I guess the first Monday in October is when our collection will begin within our hamlets. As this curbside collection program is managed by Circular Materials, residents will be directed to them or the contractor for any concerns that they may have. This isn't a program run by the county, it's run by these other individuals. So we'll obviously take the calls, but we will be redirecting them to Circular Materials or the contractor. So for example, if their recycling wasn't picked up, that call will be directed to the contractor to make amends. It won't be the county that makes amends and goes pick up the recycling. It'll be the contractor that does that. If there's inquiry about why this program is running or that sort of thing, or why isn't this collected or that collected, that's going to be directed to Circular Materials, and that'll be up to them to get back to our residents on. We're not going to ignore them, obviously, but we are going to direct them to those appropriate places. And that information is going to be out there so they can actually call these people directly instead of going through the county, because it is a separately run program. So for this one, so like I mentioned, this is a program run by the provincial governments, which pushes the financial responsibility onto the producers of this material. So there is no direct cost to the county or the residents. Indirect cost would be more staff time, putting it out on our social medias, maybe answering ratepayer questions. So there is a cost to the time, some of our staff, but no direct purchasing of the bins, no direct paying of a contract or anything like that, but there are some small indirect costs to it. So that's a quick overview of it. I guess it is my understanding that maybe the councillor have also received some of this information. I was told on one of the Zoom meetings that councillors were going to get a information package by email. I don't know if that's been happened yet. If it hasn't, I'm sure it should be coming, is what I've been told on some Zoom meetings. But anyways, if you have any questions or anything, then yeah, we can open that up.
So one question I have is, we're providing, these guys are providing another service that we didn't provide before. How can they do that for free?
Well,
How much is this costing the ratepayers?
through the REIV, directly nothing is costing the ratepayers. The onus has been put back onto the producers of this. So a producer of this material is someone who basically sells products that have over a certain amount of tonnage of material waste would be considered a producer. For example, Kneehill County could be considered a producer if we produced a certain threshold of material, such as like when we mail out taxes or utility bills or anything, and we produce a certain threshold of paper products, we could become a producer. We don't meet that threshold, so we're not. But
So that threshold is set by the Alberta government?
that's correct.
So it's like a tire tax?
Not so much like a tire tax.
Similar though, rather than tax you, they're actually doing something with it?
It's not a tax on a product, but I guess in a roundabout way, I guess, I mean, if you're getting charged, you know, to run a certain project, maybe your price goes up, right? But there's not an actual direct cost or a tax onto these people to do this.
Councillor Olson?
Do we have, I know this is a program run by the government, or by Alberta government, but do we have any idea what this is costing? Are we privy to what it costs? Because I'm just worried that the government may start these programs and then eventually turn them over to us. So if we have at least to have an idea what we're seeing here.
Yeah, through the REIV, that I don't have a answer to for the cost. That would probably be something, maybe the provincial regulatory body that's running it is the Alberta Recycling Commission. So maybe that'd be, you know, something that they would be able to share, but I don't know. I don't know that.
Any other questions or concerns? Councillor Cunningham?
Well, I was just gonna say, I agree with Councillor Olson, like, we've seen so much provincial downloading. Is this gonna be something that's gonna come to us? So do we maybe wanna send an email to what would you say it was, count the recycling council?
Yeah.
And find out what the cost is, like, might not hurt, hey?
So through the Reeve, this isn't new. Alberta is actually one of the last provinces to start doing this. This has been run through all different provinces throughout Canada, so it's not a new type of a program. It's kind of a, you know, just another part through all, like the other provinces done it, so we're not creating the wheel, they're basically just implementing here, so. And I don't know if there's ever been any issues in other provinces where they've downloaded it on.
Well, if we're, you say we're gonna get some information from these guys, maybe they'll have some of that.
Through the Reeve, it won't be information like that, it'll be information about, you know, the collection of it, the new products and stuff like that. I don't think there'll be any financials information in that.
Yeah, okay. We should look into it somehow, because one way or the other, we're paying for it. Okay, any other questions, concerns? Got a motion? Let's go to 4.2, Road Committee update.
Good morning, Council. On June 17th, the Road Committee completed a tour. During that review, we looked at several sites throughout Kneehill County, including operation concerns, current capital projects, and potential future maintenance and capital projects. So through the Road Committee, there was a few things identified that the committee decided to bring back to Council. So just starting at number 1 here, so we visited Three Hills Yard. The stockpile location was identified as a concern. Why is that stockpile located in Three Hills? We discussed the concerns around the gravel trucks traveling through town, and considered recommending to council that the removal of the Three Hills stockpile from our stockpile sites. Further discussion from that noted removing the stockpiles would increase haul distances for county operations that could result in reduced operational efficiency. The committee discussed the possibility of completing a broader review of county stockpile locations and evaluate the operational requirements, haul distances, costs, and potential alternative locations of stockpiles. Excess equipment, there was attachments looked at on the south fence. Committee the administration is going to review and see what we currently are utilizing and what can be potentially sold. The other one that was brought up was the old shop. The committee reviewed the old shop. Discussions happened along the lines of subdividing and selling that. So there's things and what we store in there. So we store a number of graders, 4 graders, 3 plow trucks, and multiple other pieces of equipment, water trucks and multiple little pieces of equipment. Potential things that we would have to look at if there was a subdivision and sale of that shop would be separation and relocation of all the power services currently shared with that building and water, installation of fences along the boundaries, relocation of power to the south gate, what would the shop be worth versus what the cost of all that would cost. And then another one that was not in there that got brought up afterwards is potential for our fuel tank being too close, where we'd have to move our fuel tank as well. So that was Three Hills location. Our second location was the Gore Road culverts. Both bridge files have been completed. Committee reviewed both sites. There was no comments on that. For 2026 capital projects, we looked at the Linden overlay. The site was viewed, work was ongoing. There was no comments. Road stabilization program, potential sites were visited. If the project were to move forward about possibly doing Sharples Hill, that project was then canceled at the following council meeting there. Major bridge maintenance, no sites were viewed as it's still in determination what bridges will be completing. The gravel purchase program, we stopped by the Redlands stockpile site. Bridge file 2288, the site was viewed. Administration noted that the current bridge file is actually 2 culverts that are about 200 meters apart. After that construction, or possible construction next year, each culvert will be registered as its own bridge file. Township 340 West 25-1, that would be a tree removal project, dirt road that needs some brushing. Site was viewed. Administration is going to bring it back to council for potential operating project for consideration. We looked at Torrington gravel pit there with the water pumping that was going on there. There was no recommendations from that. Sharple Hill was viewed, gravel, general maintenance on the road was needed. It was bladed June 18th, the next day actually the grader was in the area. The committee discussed the possibility of moving the road stabilization. Once again, project was canceled. So, Range Road 242 south of Highway 575. The site was viewed. Committee is recommending to council to direct administration to install maximum 30 km/h signs through the curves, and then back to 80 km/h in the straight parts of that highway. Spot graveling may be required just as part of operational maintenance. The other program that we looked at was the edge of the road spraying that was happening north of Highway 27. We reviewed many sites. The committee discussed the current edge of the road grass encroachment spraying program. Admin advised that the primary purpose of the program is to control vegetation along the edge of the roadway, reducing the amount of vegetation that the graders can pull onto the road surface while maintaining the shoulder. The committee discussed the concerns about spraying may be contributing to shoulder deterioration because that spraying is making it past the edge of the road onto that shoulder, and then the possibility of kochia being able to sprout up easier in those areas that have been sprayed. Committee recommendation to council would be to direct admin to review the edge of road spraying program, including its effectiveness, benefits, potential impacts before determining whether the program should be continued or modified. Brushing, once again, Range Road 230 south of Buffalo Jump, site was viewed. We'll bring that back, administration will bring that back as an operational project for council's consideration during budgeting. Hesketh Road, the committee looked at a few sites. So a ditch washout, site was viewed. It's going to be brought back for council during 2027 budget as a potential capital project. The valley next to the road is failing and the ditch is falling into that valley. It keeps working closer and closer to the road. And the only way to fix that properly is to go to the base and work our way back up. So there's some potential cheaper options of moving the road. So that'll come back as a future project for council's consideration. Ditching on the South Hill, there's a site that needed some ditch maintenance to get the water off the road, and then ditching in front of the old schoolhouse. So from what we reviewed, the financial and staffing implications, the recommended motions 1, 2, 4, and 5 will be funded through approved 2026 operating budget and are not anticipated to have any other financial impact. Everything else that would be coming forward as projects would be up to council's consideration. So there's a few options or recommendations to go through. And the council has a few options from those of whether they approve them as presented or provide revised directions. So first recommended motion would be that Three Hills Shop Yard, that council direct administration to complete a review of county stockpile locations, including operational requirements and potential alternative locations, and report findings back to council. The second motion would be that council direct administration to install 30-kilometer-hour signs, advisory signs, speeds through the curves on Range Road 242, south of Highway 575, with speeds returning to 80 kilometers an hour in the straight sections. The third recommended motion would be the council direct administration to review the edge of road spraying program, including its effectiveness, benefits, potential impacts before determining whether the program should continue or be modified. The fourth motion would be the council direct administration to include Township 34-0 tree removal project and Range Road 230 south of Buffalo Jump brushing project as potential projects for consideration during the 2027 budget deliberations. And then the next motions would be the council direct administration to include Range Road 220 at the Valley Slope failure as a potential capital project for consideration during the budget deliberations, 2027 budget deliberations. The next motion would be that council direct administration to investigate the feasibility of the drainage improvements on Range Road 220, sorry, Hesketh Road, including the utility constraints. That one is already ongoing just through daily operations. So the last one would be that council direct administration to complete the ditch cleaning on Range Road 220 from the old schoolhouse approach eastward approximately 100 meters. Yes, I believe that's it.
Okay. Couple things I'd like to discuss on this road committee report. I'd like to see going forward, the minutes come to the council, to the committee prior to coming into council, because it looks like there's been some liberties taken on what we've said or what we've discussed. And I'll use an example. We talked about the edge of road spraying where we've killed the grass over the edge. The shoulder's deteriorating, and we do have kochia growing. We as road committee recommended that if I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, well, what we discussed is we were gonna recommend to council that this stops immediately. That spraying program. Yeah. So, I mean, going forward, if we can just get these minutes sent out to us prior to getting into council, we can correct some of these. That being said, we can carry on with this till the next road committee. I'm okay with that. Any other concern from road committee? Just another question, okay, you do have, it is, never mind. It's 2027, coming out of the 2027 budget. Yeah, correct. Okay. Councillor Olson?
So with regard to the spraying on the shoulder, do we need to have a motion to have that stopped? Because I think it was added, right? So if it was added by administration, then it can be just deleted by administration? Is that not correct?
That being said, we don't know where that came from. It came from prior to Mike going on, but I mean, in order to get into a big discussion, we can do that right now. But to me, I mean, road building 101, we don't do that. You just destroyed our roads. And we've saw it. We saw it all throughout the county. And kochia is growing in those areas, big time. Now, I don't really want, I don't think we need to bring back that to council, but that's up to you guys if you want. There's motions on the floor there.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. We can just adopt it as read.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Through the chair. So with the road edge spraying program, the reason, like in the minutes there, it's recommended, or it's not recommended that it's canceled, but that's where it was going. Where administration came through in this RFD about that is there are benefits to it. I don't think the program has been executed to what it's supposed to be. It needs to be refined. I think there's still benefits to this program. The original intent was just to spray that very edge of the road where the graders drag in that sod and grass and have that encroachment. The intent was never to spray the shoulder. This year, obviously, the shoulder got sprayed, and we've seen that on the roads where it was not executed correctly to what we need the program to. So that's where administration was coming from with the review on the program of refining it and actually laying out specific roads that may be having it. If we make a motion, or if council makes a motion to cancel that program together, it kind of ties our hands on, if we have a problem, we can't go spray 4 miles that we're having issues with that grass encroaching where the graders can't keep up to it. So that's where administration was coming from on the review on it, and maybe refining it, not such a broad program, but bringing it down to certain areas and making sure it's just that edge of the road, not the shoulder. So that's where administration was coming from on that one, so.
Okay, if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, the motion was stop that procedure. We don't need to be spraying grass. We can't even spray the kochia. And now we're out there spraying grass, killing grass on the edge of the road? That was a discussion that we had also. Our motion was to, or our thought was to bring this back to council to recommend that program stops. There's more ways to kill the grass or to get rid of grass on the road than what we're doing there. That's just not even, that's not even road building 101. Councillor Penner?
I guess the comment that I would make, though, is that if council was to make a motion like that, we're getting dangerously close to dealing with the day-to-day operations of things. Administration has taken your information. They're going to refine their techniques and probably cut them back an extensive amount from what might have occurred this year. I don't think we want to get into the position where we're on a day-to-day basis guiding administration's duties. That would be my comment.
That being said, that's fine. I agree if we are. Number one, I don't think we are. This is a level of service I don't think we need to provide, and what it's doing is destroying the roads. And no one has the right here to destroy these roads. These shoulders are getting destroyed. They're falling apart. They're getting widened out. The graders are digging them down. We could spend days going through this, and we looked at it through road committee. This is a process that doesn't need to even be done, as far as I'm concerned. It's a level of service we don't even need to provide. That's my thought. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I think we've seen it as a recommendation that it's something we didn't want to do, not that we're trying to, steer administration, but we are making suggestions that we don't like this just because of what it is doing.
Councillor Cunningham?
Do we have a delegation at 9 or they're not here? Oh, there, okay. I can ask my questions afterwards if you want to wait then.
Joe, do you want to go through this? We can just go through this, approve whatever you want. And then we can get into the...
Yeah, no, sure.
Can I just have a question to ask first. So did the road committee then not recommend the sale of the old shop at the?
No, we did recommend the sale
did
of the old
recommend,
shop,
okay.
but it's just the way it's rolled here, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think you explained it very well because that was in my head. I'm assuming just the location of that old shop, it would complicate things a little bit to have to, well, we happen to have Ms. Hazelton here, but we would have to subdivide that piece of property and then to me, the access, like it would change, to me, there'd be quite a bit of cost to that, to have to change the access into that property. And like you said, I mean, what's the cost of that versus what the potential income of the sale would be? So I just don't know if we would come out on top with that, but I don't know.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, no, that was some of our discussion. I'm not in favor of that as well, but I mean, some of our committee is, but, I mean, yeah, that was some discussion that we had along the way, so it's nothing that, there's a broader, absolutely. Thanks.
You guys want to carry on with this? Counselor Olson?
I think we've beat this up enough. I think we just acknowledge it as read for now, and we can bring maybe more specific things forward later.
Okay. Counselor Cunningham?
Just one more for me. So number 5, the water pumping concern, I know there was a ratepayer that felt that his well had substantially changed. And so just want to clarify that we've confirmed that there was nothing on the county's end that was altering his water well production.
Through the chair, no, we did not test local landowners' water wells. It's an artesian well, from my understanding. He's upstream from where we are. The water levels are right back to where they are, so water levels on artesian wells are going to fluctuate. We've never tested any of the other wells in the area, and no one else has called us with any effects. So, but the water levels are back up to pre-pumping levels. So,
Just to confirm that we've followed up with him, just
Yeah.
because I was contacted as well. Okay, thank you.
Can you just give Counselor Cunningham a little more information on how quick that well, or those springs filled out?
yeah,
It's
I don't have
It's not as if we're drowned in things or taking things out.
Yeah, I don't have a specific cubic meters per minute, but they pumped in April and it was full by mid-June. And they pumped 300,000 cubes, just under 300,000 cubes. And it barely dropped that level of that water body. I think it dropped it 3 feet, roughly, 4 feet maybe. So it was very minimal, so.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure because I had received a
Yeah.
message from him as well. So just wanted to make sure that he had been followed up with. So thank you.
Counselor Olson, you want to move that as information? And then we
Yes.
can move on?
Yes.
I'll need a motion.
I would make the motion that we receive this information as read.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor? Carried. Yeah, if that's okay, we'll take a quick break, 5 minutes, then we'll go with the delegation. We'll go with the delegation in 5-10 minutes. Okay, we're back, 9:15. Let's go to 3.1. The grant, Prairie Christian Academy grant application. Good morning. We'll start with some introductions here. We'll start with my right.
Good morning, Lorelei Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Good morning, Richard Hoppins, Division 6.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Good morning, Darcy Penner, Division 2.
You got the floor.
Project. Also want to thank you guys for serving our county. So there's probably a word in there that might not make much sense, Gaga pit, but I'll get to it and why it's a valuable piece for our community. And our project, we do see, is going to enhance what we've already brought to our community. So if you want to go to the next slide, I want to officially thank this council as well. In 2019, you granted us money towards our larger project. So go to the next slide. This playground, which is the only playground in the north part of our town. And it's been used not only at school, but all through the summer, soccer games, people send their kids over there. It's well used, well loved. So this is a second or third thank you. But along with that, I want to just go to the next slide, please. It's a part of a bigger activity area where our students in that community, in that part of our town, have access to it. And if you see on the right side and go further, yeah, we can go down. This is the Gaga pit, okay? So Gaga means hit, and it's a Hebrew word. I just learned that today by Googling. And you can see how well worn it is on the sides. It's been a very big part of our community. Kids go out there. It's a game that is a tag game, but it uses a ball. And so it kind of has quick cycles. So you have young kids in there on one and older kids on the other, and they have to manage themselves. And the kids love it. Like, we've seen it being used over and over again. So we had put this in as part of the project after the project. And as you can see, it has a gravel pad, and it's dirty and muddy. And so I'll just go down a little further. It's, kids are wiping out, and they're pulling the dirt back into the school and back into their homes as they use it. And yeah, go on down. And so this is just a picture I took of the Three Hills school location, and they have this rubber on the bottom. And we've had parents asking us, is there a possibility for this to be enhanced at our location? It's cleaner, it's safer, it's durable, and it presents well, and it would definitely kind of clean up our whole playground. And so this playground serves, and this is true, this playground serves the north end of Three Hills. It has a lot of activity heading from that area. The Gaga pit is enjoyed and well used by kids of all ages, and it teaches them how to win, how to lose, how to play together and start again and do it all over again. And we see them using it. And then the present Gaga pit, the hit pit, needs a base that is both clean and safe for kids. And then the next one, we have half the funds needed to complete this project, and would love for you to partner with us to make this improvement a reality. This year we have half the funds, and we'd ideally love to be able to finish it this summer, so that September or even into October comes and it's ready to be used. We're committed to completing this, but it might not be this summer. If we need to go into the next spring or summer, that wouldn't be ideal for us, but that's what we're committed to do. We want to do it. And we're excited. I don't know. Again, it's been such a privilege to be able to think this through and to add this value, because I do think that it will be well welcomed, and our hope is to obviously communicate to people who is part of the project and helping it be communicated and completed. So that's part of our strategy and plan. So thank you for listening to my presentation. Any questions about the details of that? I guess I should add, like, through our getting quotes and stuff, the paving companies that, I think they did on the side, but they did that for the Three Hills School, and the quote came to about 15, which is like putting all the rock and underneath the base, making a solid base so that it'll last a long time, and then the UV protected rubber product, and then walking away and having it useful. Then we will complete it by painting it, making it fresh and look brand new.
Have you any other funding, or looked for any other funding?
We have our own funding process in our society, so that funding is part of what we have done. We just raised funds for it ourselves. I've looked into some of the larger projects, and they're like looking at like 50,000 ones, and the way that I looked at it, I went through it locally, and I was like, I don't think being a smaller project and a big pool of people, I guess our plan was if we could expedite the process and invite you guys into it. That's how I was processing, because the other ones would have required like ATCO had one. And
I was basically thinking like the town of Three Hills.
oh, I haven't asked them yet, no.
Okay. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I don't know anything about a Gaga pit or this. I haven't seen any kids do this, but obviously it's getting used. I love kids things. I'm glad to hear that the playground's being used. But yeah, I see this as a good thing. But yeah, I'm curious as to why you haven't asked the town as well. But there is a lot of Kneehill residents, kids that go to the school. So yeah, anything with kids, I'm kind of a sucker for. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham?
So this is interesting because I didn't know what a Gaga pit was either until last week when I had my grandkids and we drove by the Three Hills School and they're like, hey, it's a Gaga pit. And I'm like, what? So yeah, I got educated on that last week. So no, they apparently really enjoyed them. So that's awesome. Could you just let me know, provincial-wise, does the province provide your school, or any schools for that matter, any money for playground equipment?
Our last project, we as a society fundraised the whole thing, so there wasn't anything there for that.
No, I kind of figured that, but I just wanted to clarify that. Now, I think as Councillor Olson said, or whoever, I know people from all over town, and even me as a Kneehill County resident, when I bring my grandkids, I go to different parks in town, right? So we're certainly using them. But do you folks have it broken down at all for Prairie Christian Academy? How many children attending are Kneehill County residents?
It's a good question. I mean, our busing system, I definitely know we have kids from Carbon and Linden and all around, but percentage-wise, I don't have that on my head, sorry. We definitely do serve a wider community because we have people looking for our school. So,
Any other questions? Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, appreciate your time.
Yep,
Really.
thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Let's go on to 5.1 while Barb's here. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Reid, members of council. I'm coming back to you with the request for decision for further readings on 3 different bylaws. Area Structure Plan Amendment, Bylaw 1927, which is for Prairie View Estates. Direct Control District 9, which is Bylaw 1928, and Direct Control District 10, which is Bylaw 1929 for second and third readings. So an application was received by the majority of the lot holder within Saddle Up Estates to amend the bylaw 1586, which is the Saddle Up Estates Area Structure Plan. An amendment did require a new bylaw. It also required, or the applicants also proposed a new name, which is the Prairie View Estates. This application came to us also with 2 land use bylaw amendments for the creation of 2 new direct control districts and a homeowners association, as well as some revised wording and clarification. This request for decision is for second and third readings for each bylaw. Each bylaw will require separate motions, and we've tried to break them out by color in the recommendation. Council can approve, amend, or deny any of these. If council is choosing to amend anything, then if you want to tell us what you choose to amend, administration will make those changes, and then we will bring it back for third reading, so you would have that amended copy at that point in time. So again, any applications to amend an area structure plan require a public hearing to be held prior to amending a statutory plan. Amendments to the land use bylaw also require a public hearing. Because they were all related, we did hold 1 public hearing to address all of them. And that public first reading was given to each of these bylaws on March 24th. All information and questions regarding the applications were brought forward at the public hearing held on May 12th, 2026. Council moved to table this public hearing to resume on June 9th. This gave further opportunity for participation in the hearing. The public hearing process is legislated, and as per the Municipal Government Act, council must hear any person or group of people who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaws, and also in this instance, the amendment of the area structure plan. Any landowner who felt they were impacted by the proposal, either positively or negatively, had the opportunity to attend and speak to the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties could also submit their comments in writing, and these comments were all included in the public hearing package for council consideration at the time. In your package, we've also included the uses of the recreation district, as well as what would be the revised uses in direct control districts if they're successful in that. And again, council can change any of those uses as they see fit. An area structure plan does provide the framework for subsequent subdivision development within a certain area of land, so it does give an extra layer of rules to that property. In this instance, Saddle Up Estates, the existing area structure plan encompasses the entire quarter section of the southwest of 5, 3326 west of 4. This amendment would not be a permit to develop or subdivide, nor does the creation of the direct control districts give automatic permission to develop. The direct control districts encompass land which was previously zoned recreation. The recreation district allows multiple uses on the lands which can now be better controlled through a direct control district. So again, the direct control districts are unique that compared to other things. So the Municipal Planning Commission reviews development proposals in a direct control district, and they make a recommendation to council. We bring that back to council. Subdivisions are the exact opposite. We bring those to council. They make a recommendation to the Planning Commission, and then we take it to the Planning Commission for approval. Again, there was no financial implications other than that, and we do need motions on each separate bylaw number separately.
Okay, any discussion? Motions? Councillor Anderson?
Because it has to be done, I guess I will move that we give second reading of bylaw 1927 for the purpose of amending the area structure plan formerly known as Saddle Up Estates as presented.
Any discussion or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. second motion. Counselor Penner?
I would make the motion that council move second reading of bylaw 1928 for the purpose of creating a direct control District 9 within the southwest of 53326 west of 4th, formerly zoned recreation, encompassing approximately 48.66 plus or minus acres as presented.
Any questions or concerns on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Counselor Hopkins?
Yes, we'll make the third, the council move, second reading of bylaw 1928 for the purpose of creating direct control District 10 within Southwest 53326 west of 4, formerly zoned recreation, encompassing approximately 19.44 plus or minus acres as presented.
Questions or concerns on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Thank you. Let's go back to,
Gonna do 5.1.2.
oh, wait a minute, sorry. You want to do 4.3? Oh, we can leave Mike here for a bit. Let's do 5. Let's do that, 5.1.2.
Wow.
Oh, we got time?
Yeah.
This is regarding our redesignation. So bylaw 1935, a redesignation from country residential to agriculture. So Jesse and Ashley Ryder, Timothy and Elizabeth Miller, and Isaac Ham have recently purchased the country residential property north of the town of Three Hills and would like to redesignate the 20 acres from a portion of the northwest of 63223 west of 4 from the country residential district to the agricultural district. The subject land is located along Range Road 240, which is hard surface. This parcel was redesignated to the country residential district in January of 1998 by bylaw 1385. The developer at the time intended to create multiple lots and sell them. The current landowners have no intention of doing this. Under the Municipal Government Act, the applications for redesignation of land require a public hearing before the bylaw creating the new district can be adopted. The first reading of this proposed bylaw was given on May 26, 2026. This is the mechanism for getting an application into the queue. All information and questions regarding the application were brought forward to the public hearing held on June 23, 2026. As per the Municipal Government Act, council has to hear any person or group of persons who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Again, any landowner who feels they will be impacted, either positively or negatively, had the opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. They could also submit their comments in writing. As council reviews and discusses the content of the public hearing, it can approve, amend, or defeat the proposed bylaw. The public hearing process is a legislative process, and participating in the public hearing is the legislative method to provide comments to council for consideration for applicants wanting to redesignate their land. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. Redesignations are about the proposed use. A redesignation establishes a land use district and is not a development permit. The redesignation focuses on overall site suitability and not specific development conditions. This property is located approximately 0.368 miles north of the town of Three Hills, and most of the area is designated agriculture with 3 other country residential properties in close proximity and 1 direct control district to the west of the proposed redesignation. In the country residential district, landowners are not allowed to have livestock, and the current owners want to raise chickens, sheep, and cows for their own use. The property currently has 1 dwelling on the parcel that was converted into a duplex by previous owners. And again, we are just looking for further readings on this bylaw.
Thank you. Councilor Olson?
Yeah, if there's no further discussion, I would make the motion that council move second reading of proposed bylaw 1935 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating 20 plus or minus acres on the portion of Northwest 6, 32, 23 west of 4 from country residential to district, country residential district to agriculture district.
Any questions on the motion, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Hopkins?
I move that council move third reading of proposed bylaw 1935 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating 20 plus or minus acres on a portion of Northwest 6, 32, 23 west of 4 from country residential district to agricultural district.
Any concerns? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go to 4.3.
Good morning again, council. Just here to do an operations verbal update again. So graders have continued working through their regular rotations while focusing on the gravel roads. When they're passing the dirt roads, if conditions allow, just due to the weather, we've been trying to hit them as we're passing by that area. We've had a new grader operator start. He spent 2 weeks with in-house training with another divisional grader operator and now is operating independently. Division 10 is blading along with following the gravel crew and reshaping those roads once the gravel crew's applied. We got spec crewed dust suppression coming July 23rd, so the Romer grader's been out prepping for that. Our gravel program, we're currently, re-graveling program, we're currently in Division 10. We did shut down for a couple days there just due to congestion in the pit for loading for gravel sales as well. Dust control, the spec crew is going to be applied hopefully this Thursday, weather dependent. We had 4 additional top sprays that have been received. We're going to do our calcium second application in the starting after the long weekend there of August. Maintenance crew has been busy doing several ditch repairs, culvert extensions, water line repairs, crack sealing, culvert, and then they've also been prepping at the Hartbergen pit there for the 2026 crushing. Gravel sales, so we've sold quite a bit of the handhills gravel out of the Trochu stockpile there. Town of Trochu purchased about 4,600 tons of material. We had a couple colonies buy various amounts and a couple ratepayers buy various amounts. Had 48 service requests since the last verbal update. Majority of them have been answered, and once again, if they've all been responded to, some of them may still be open, just waiting for the work to be completed. Moving into capital projects, Linden Overlay. Project's going well, really real well so far. The scratch coat was finished on July 14th. We did have a few people call in about that. It's just that level course to get all those wheel ruts out so that we get a true final layer of nice material. So the final lift of paving began on July 15th. I'm not 100% sure on the anticipated completion date yet, but hopefully within the next couple weeks here. So gravel purchase. I believe our contractor is getting ready to start crushing our next stockpile, so that's good to hear. Roads and needs, preliminary engineering continues. Geotechnical drilling on the Allingham curves there has been scheduled for July 20th, so yesterday there. Bergen Pit, the site prep continues, crushing tenders closed. We're just waiting for a signed contract before we announce the successful bidder. The property survey has been completed. Fence work is waiting on the brushing to be finalized. Bridge file 13480 on Range Road 251. Detailed design is done. Unfortunately, we received notice that we were not successful in STIP funding, so administration will be bringing forward a recommendation, or an RFD to council to tell us to reapply. And hopefully we'll hear back next year with better news. Township 304 culvert, that tender is live. It's supposed to close July 28th with construction hopefully to be completed in the fall. And then bridge file 2288, preliminary engineering is continuing, so.
Thanks, Mike. Couple questions.
Yes.
I know we discussed this, but I'd like to see, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably wrong on this, but when we did the detour up for around the Trochu pit for the culvert on 585, I think we need to basically send something out, just a quick email or something to all the councilors so we know what's happening on it. I don't know if there's anything in the reports prior to that. I can't remember. But I think that way then I can save a lot of time when I get all the phone calls asking, or anybody gets a phone call asking what's going on there.
Through the chair, 100%. Yes, it was not in the updates by any means. We did do that detour road use agreement with AT over a year ago. So once it was, we'll make sure we get notice out to council beforehand as well. It was posted on social media as soon as we got word that they were going to do construction. We got it out there as soon as possible for the local residents. So we will make sure to
try to get the
that
local
out to council.
councilors involved that don't use social media. Next question. Who they're in charge of dust control and or signage?
Correct.
Are we checking up on them?
Correct. Yes, we are.
All right, thanks. Councillor Olson?
Just with regards to the Bergen pit, we're waiting on the fencing there. Just wondering about the holes, and did that previous landowner get his equipment moved yet?
Through the chair, the test holes that were dug there were being filled in as of yesterday. I'm not sure if they completed them 100% or not. And then the equipment, majority of it's moved out. I'm just waiting confirmation on the last piece. I can get an update for you momentarily as soon as.
You're just getting the pit cleaned up? Like, where's the budget coming from?
I guess in what asks, like on the prepping for the crushing is what you're asking?
Yep.
Through operating budget currently. So if we have operators that we have, like, we got screening piles, through the chair, we have screening piles in the bottom of the pit there that need to be moved. So when we have an operator available or two, we send them out there to help move material just intermittently in between jobs as things are lining up currently. So that was just being funded through current operation budget. The fencing will be paid for out of the additional $200,000 that you guys, council allotted to get the pit up and operational. So that's where that money for that fence will be coming from.
Okay. Councillor Olson? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Mike? Thanks, Mike. Five point three.
Morning.
Good morning, Council. I'm bringing you today a request to dispose of 2 towers that we have. So relevant legislation, the MGA, the section contains limits on municipal powers in relation to disposal of land, but this is not land, this is just the asset. so it does not apply. The council bylaw, and policy, we have a policy 1613, which is our tangible capital assets accounting standards and depreciation, including asset disposals and write-downs. This is something that, if you wanted to look at that full policy, but we pulled out the one section, and it refers to the CIO can adjust the TCA records, including the book values. Disposal of assets may occur by sale, trade-in, destruction, loss, abandonment, or donation when the asset becomes obsolete or which serves no useful purpose. So that whole policy is there for you to look at. Council will approve the disposal of assets that are not budgeted for. This is we can use some of this disposal cost as part of the budget, and I'll kind of go over that a little bit when we get to the finance part of the RFD. So background, Kneehill County owns a communications and tower system, and it has been operational within the Protective Services Department due to its use for emergency communications for fire. The tower system consists of 2 large towers and 2 smaller ones. In 2020, we moved our emergency communications to the Alberta First Responders Radio Communication System, which is called AFRAX. This now means that we use the provincially operated and maintained tower system, AFRAX. Handheld radios, in-car radios, and mobile repeaters that work with the new system are operational within the fire agreements with each of the municipalities for fire services. The old tower and radio system is no longer used by the emergency communications teams. They are now only used by private companies for internet services. The Ham Radio Club is on carbon, and I think the Calgary Club actually is also on carbon as well, and the Aqua 7 water radio system is also used. They use some of the towers as well. In 2025, we conducted an assessment on Wimborne, Carbon, Torrington, Sarcee, and Linden towers, and many deficiencies were noted, and in order to keep operational work needs to be completed, and this was a project that was passed by council, the Towers Project 2026, which we actually just put out for bids, so we just received those back. Council, so the discussion in the options is that council approved that 2026 budget, the tower project for repairs and maintenance for $87,000. That's how much that project was. As part of the review of the project, we're recommending that 2 of those towers, the Sarcee Tower and the Linden Tower, because they're only used by the private companies, that those 2 towers actually just get disposed of through a sale of purchase. So we could just sell those 2 towers just because they're not used by us. The Sarcee Tower, it's used by a private company only. It is located on private property, which we do not have a lease for. This would had to be negotiated between the purchaser and the landowner, and that legal advice has been received on that tower, and we're confident in this process. The Linden Tower is used by a private company and by the Aqua 7 Water Group. It is located on private property, which we do have a lease for. That can either be transferred or we need to give 1 year notice to get out of that lease. Disposal of these towers through the sale will save us money in the long run, not only will the lease agreement, but also with the repairs and maintenance on these 2 towers. Option 1 is notice of intent to sell, which would be posted on our website to notify public that we are selling an asset. And then option 2 is notice of sale. This would be posted on our website publicly to take bids from anybody. This would put the existing provider in jeopardy and possibly risk losing that sale. Following the assessment of 2025, the towers both need an amount of work and their book value in the asset records is no longer relevant. The sale of these towers may be less than book value, with the price being negotiated outside of this process. The difference between the book value and the sale value would be a written down and expensed to the project. So we have that $187,000, and if we don't sell it for whatever our book value is, that would come out of the project cost, or project budget, sorry. And there is an advertising requirement because we're selling an asset and not interested in land. We do not need to advertise this under Section 70 of the MGA. So financial impact may write down the asset value and would be processed through a disposal system, and impact to Aqua 7. A negotiation for the tower space may need to be negotiated for the Linden Tower. So both of these towers are used by the same company that we would be looking to privately sell to. They do work, though, for Aqua 7. They have a contract with Aqua 7. I do believe that Aqua 7 is eventually going to move to a different system. I think that's what they're looking into anyway. But for now, they do require those towers. So council options include disposing of the Sarcee Tower and the Linden Tower through the notice of intent to sell privately, dispose of the Sarcee Tower only through a notice of intent to sell privately, that council disposes of the Linden Tower only through a notice of intent to sell privately, that council advertises both or only one of the tower through the sale, through a sale of tower notice through a bid process, and that council keeps both of the towers within our operations. That's all I have. There's a recommended motion there.
Questions? Councillor Penner?
Is administration relatively comfortable with the price that they have? Like, I'm assuming you have a price from the contract, from the tower purchaser? Sorry, you have a value on those towers. Is administration relatively comfortable that that is a fair market value for these towers at this point?
In my opinion, I think that whatever we have on the books is not a relevant price for those towers. Like, I don't think that we're going to sell them for that amount.
Right.
Following the assessments that we did in 2025, both of those towers, which we know and we've told the potential purchaser, they're both twisted. Like, they both... So I don't think the book value is relevant anymore. So,
Right.
so that cost would have to be written out of the project.
Yeah, I guess I understood that part of it. You don't see there being any added value to be gotten out of these towers, listing them and listing them for sale? Like
My
putting
opinion is
applications.
no.
Okay, no, that's,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to
Yeah,
understand.
yes. I think it costs us more to have them. It costs about $2,000 to even change a light bulb on them. Like, we're not making money off of these, yeah.
Councillor Olson?
Is there any fear here, like, these towers can still be used for emergency service, right? And then, no? Okay. So there's no value at all for, just in case the provincial system does not crashes or something?
No, because...
This isn't a low-tech thing we can still use?
Through the Reeve, no, because we have no like communications equipment in any of those towers anymore. Like, everything has been stripped off of them. We don't have antennas on them. We don't have any of the communications equipment on them. We've completely stripped them down, so they are not usable as a backup.
Any other questions or concerns? Did you want to put a TV antenna up there or something, Councillor Olson? Councillor Hopkins?
I move that council move to dispose of the Sarcee Tower, legal southeast of 113122 west of 4th Meridian, and Linden Tower, legal northeast 113125 west of 4th Meridian, through the disposal process as written in policy 16-13, selling both privately through notice of intent.
Any questions on the motion or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a little break before the hearing at 9:55. Okay, we're back at 10:08. I'll call for a motion for, that the public hearing for bylaw 1934 be opened at 10:08. Motion coming forth.
Go ahead.
Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that the public hearing open at 10:08.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, I'd like to just remind that the public that if they wish to speak to the bylaw, they should register the name on the speakers list. I don't see a speakers list. If they have any opportunity, there will also be opportunity to speak when I've gone through the list, or when I have gone through the speakers list, that I will ask one final time if there's anyone else to speak. Right at this moment, we'll introduce council. We'll start at my far right.
Merle Anderson, Division 1.
Good morning, Lorley Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Good morning, Richard Halpins, Division 6.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Good morning, Darcy Penner, Division 2.
Okay, no one's online, so today's public hearing process will be followed by the procedural bylaw 1919. A copy of the procedures is attached to the package, and additional copies can be found at the recording secretary's desk. The public hearing package can also be downloaded from the Kneehill County website. The website addresses and QR code for quick access are displayed on the presentation screen. I'll now ask for our Planning and Development Department to come forward and make their presentation.
Good morning, Council. Today, this is an application for Bylaw 1934 to redesignation portion of land from agricultural to agriculture business. This is a 31.39 acre parcel of land within a portion of southwest of 182824, Plan 7710982, Block 1. The purpose of this redesignation is to allow the applicants to apply for a commercial use indoor riding arena. As per the MGA, notifications were sent to all adjacent landowners within a mile and referral agencies. It was advertised in the Capital June 17th, June 24th, July 8th, and July 15th, and it was also posted on our Kneehill County website. The proposed site is a subdivided parcel within the southwest of 182824, west of the 4th. Access is from Range Road 250. Rocky View County is directly to the west, and Wheatland County is south of Highway 9. And so the parcel of land is indicated by the blue star. It is approximately 6 miles east of the village of Bicycle, right down there on the southeast corner, right across from Highway 9. It is also within the Rocky View County Intermunicipal Development Plan. Notification was also sent to them as per our IDP. And again, you can see the blue star indicates our location, and the red border there is our IDP area. The redesignation encompasses the whole parcel of land, which is 31.39 acres. The 30.35, that's just evidence of an old hand, and I can't quite outline exactly the 31. So the applicants are proposing a 6,000 square foot heated indoor riding arena. Hopefully there are 30 paddocks for boarding up to 60 horses. It will be a family-run business with at most 2 employees, maybe on the weekend. Expected traffic is approximately 10 vehicles per day, with up to 15 on weekends, and possibly during an event there may be up to 25. And there's just a small site plan. I don't have a pointer available to me, but the riding arena is the red box approximately. It might be a little bit further south. This is just a rough drawing. This was the site plan that they provided when they were for their house, which is the box right above the green area, which is going to be their septic field, and then the box above that is their proposed new dwelling, which has already been approved. As per our municipal development plan, it does meet. In the past, many planning tools focused on the actual protection of farmland. However, most recent strategies promote productivity of the agricultural sector by providing maximum flexibility for farm operations and ensuring agricultural uses are able to integrate into an increasingly diverse economy. This also meets the goal is to encourage all agricultural operations to employ best management practices. Large parcel subdivisions will be considered for uses within the agriculture business district. These subdivisions may have a minimum of 10 acres and a maximum up to 40. This is already a subdivided parcel, and the whole parcel is 30 acres, so it definitely meets the municipal development plan. As far as economic goals, the goal is to create opportunities that will provide a variety of development options to diversify and strengthen the county's economy. And then the objective is to balance economic development opportunities that are adjacent and compatible along transportation corridors, which it being adjacent Highway 9 is a perfect fit. As per the land use bylaw, the agriculture business district, a riding commercial is a discretionary use in the ag business district. The Municipal Planning Commission will be the approving authority due to it being a discretionary use. The ag business district isn't, there's also riding arenas commercial are also in the local rural commercial district. However, we felt the ag business district was a best fit due to less uses and better suited in a primarily agricultural area. And then further to the ag business district, again, in the land use bylaw, it also states that they should be located along highways or well-developed roads. As per our land use bylaw, section 65, indoor riding arena. A riding arena private shall be used solely by the occupants of the residence, whereas this is being applied for to be used commercially. And so they are not considered farm buildings and must meet all Alberta Building Code requirements for public occupancy. Riding arena commercial is defined in the land use bylaw, means public facilities, buildings, shelters, or other structures at which horses are exercised or trained, training in equestrian skills, or equestrian competitions or shows are held, which this application fits as well. As in regard to the land, so again, we're looking at the parcel that's on the southwest corner there. So it is soil classification 3, and then using the land suitability rating system, it is 80% class 2 with slight limitations due to inadequate heat and moisture, and then only 20% would be severe due to water holding capacity. Planning considerations that both administration and then you as council should be considering is the type and scale and proposed use, suitability of the site for the proposed use, compatibility with the surrounding existing and future land uses, municipal service availability, emergency access, adequacy of the parcel size, consistency with statutory and non-statutory plans in the land use bylaw, and the needs and benefits of the development and community. As far as receiving letters from adjacent landowners or referral agencies, we didn't receive any in favor, but neither do we receive any in opposition. There were just the referral agencies that had comments. ATCO Gas had no concerns. They were just wanting to make sure right-of-ways were adhered to. Safe and healthy environments, otherwise known as Alberta Health, recommended a manure management plan and stormwater management plan. And Rocky View County, which you also have copies in your packages as well, comments related more to the time of development. And here are some site photos. So your photo to the left is just some corrals that they have started. And you can see then also to the right, it's just a little bit further, picture further back. And that's kind of looking north, northeast. This area here, the picture on the left, is kind of the proposed area of the proposed arena. The star relates kind of about where that is. And then this is the proposed parking area. So they have kind of a laneway that kind of cuts there in half. So proposed parking is to the south, the arena would be to the north. And again, their star is indicating that parking area. And this is the residence that has already been approved. It being currently zoned agriculture, that is a permitted use. Even in the ag business, it would be a permitted use. And anyway, so when they purchase the property, they are building a new home as well. And the star is kind of showing your location again as well of that residence. This is just, I'm in the far south west corner. That's looking north, kind of at the parcel. It's very flat, except for that little bit of that seasonal drainage area. And then here I'm in the far northwest corner, looking south, again, fairly flat, besides that little portion to the east. If successful in redesignation, details and specific conditions required for the development will be dealt with through the development permit process, because this will be a discretionary use. Consideration for second and third reading of Bylaw 1934 will be on the August 25th, 2026 council meeting agenda.
Thank you. Council got any questions for the planner? I'm sure we will in a bit.
Sure.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant to come forward to make their presentation.
Or if you just have a question.
I don't really have a presentation. Is that okay?
Come on up, we got some questions.
The speaker's on.
Oh, boy.
Hello.
Hello there. Question for you.
Okay.
We've seen a lot of riding arenas throughout this county. What makes yours so special that you think it's going to make it a go of things here?
I think that we're doing it the right way by coming to council and getting it approved, for starters. Carla got an education, so I think that that's a second thing where she can actually coach legally. And it's us. I think we're a hit.
Okay. Who lives in the house on the south side, on the south end?
So that's our neighbors, Nayeli and Nathan.
Can we pull that diagram up again, please? Right down there, right. So the white line to the north of them is your property?
Yes.
Okay. So run me through what you're going to be doing again. You're going to be, it's a riding arena, you're going to be given lessons?
Yeah, that's the plan, hopefully. I mean, either way, we'd like a riding arena just for us to ride in, but why limit it at that? So we'd like it to be commercial because that's the right thing to do. And then in Carla's future, at least she has something she can work on as an adult, right? We're building it for Carla. It's all Carla's.
Wow. Any other questions? Any?
I feel like you should be doing the talking.
I don't know what to say. So bad.
It's like 4-H, you just talk.
Well, pretty excited. I have my level 6 in coaching, so I'm only 3 levels away, and I can't get that until I'm 18. So I'm trying to apprentice under a coach, and then I'll become a fully licensed coach, and hopefully the arena will help with that. Yeah.
And I won't have to pay to board horses anymore.
That too. Boarding 6 horses is quite a bit.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
No, and I heard you mention earlier, you're doing the right thing by coming to the county, and we really do appreciate that you're
Thank you.
doing the proper process. And we talk a lot at the county about how to keep youth in our county. So what I'm hearing is this could be a long-term plan for you.
It definitely is.
And that's awesome. So this is great. This is exactly what we want. We want opportunities for young people to be able to have a career and have a living here and to stay here. So no,
Thank
that's
you.
awesome.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it very
you're
much.
welcome.
Councillor,
It's
Benner.
probably an irrelevant question, but I am familiar with the property. I hadn't been aware that it had been subdivided, that acreage, your neighbors to the south, that had been subdivided out of that acreage.
Yeah, I think they subdivided a couple years ago, and then the people who originally owned it moved into their campers with like 4 kids.
Oh.
Little kids.
Okay.
And then once winter started coming last year, they were like, oh, we need to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But we kind of were living like traveling gypsies for like 6 months, waiting for something to come up. But for us, it had to be in the Kneehill County.
Yeah.
And then when that came up, we were like, yep, it's ours.
Yeah.
But the plan was always in the future for Carla to have some kind of riding arena, whether it be commercial or just for her. It's her career, it's her life. So saving money by just building it and having it there, I think, has always been the goal. This land just kind of, the universe just kind of plopped it in our laps, so, and it's very flat. So it kind of works for riding.
Councillor Olson.
So it sounds like you specifically were targeting Kneehill County. May I ask just?
I would never leave Kneehill County.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we've been here now 2 decades. I would never pick another county. I love Deanna and Barb, and it's just, it's so easy to have a relationship with your county, and I feel like some of the other counties aren't as,
Family-like.
yeah, oh, good one.
Thanks. Good to hear, thank you.
Got to be careful with some of these guys.
Well, I feel like too, there's just a little more understanding in the Kneehill County. So when we sold our farm in Swalwell, the idea was to never leave, and then you couldn't find anything for a while. Everything was being scooped up. So we lived in our campers, then we rented in 3 Hills, boarded all the horses, and then this place. And so she said Kneehill County, I said how much? And in 3 hours, it was ours, so. You're stuck with us for life,
Councillor
unfortunately.
I was just gonna say, I think we need to get you folks on some promotional items because you sound like you're very good at advertisement. But no, we appreciate that, and that's,
Even through our nervousness.
yeah, no, that's excellent. That's good to hear. We want to hear that, so appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions? Council satisfied with what they've heard so far? Okay, I'd like to remind everybody that once the public meeting closes, we'll no longer take any information. Everybody's okay? Okay. I now declare the public hearing closed at 10:26 and ask for a motion to go back into the regular council meeting.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I would make the motion that we resume regular council. That the public hearing, okay, let me read that again. Now that Carolyn's made it a little more. That I make a motion that the public hearing for bylaw 1934, sorry, be closed at 10:27, and that council return to regular council meeting. Yeah, sure. Bylaw 1934 and be closed at 10:27. Oh my goodness, I looked at it too. 10:27 a.m. and the council returned to regular council meeting. See, you should have done this, Laura Lee.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Let's go to 6.1.
Good morning, Council. I'm bringing back today the policy 16-1, the reserve policy. As you may remember, it was reviewed at the Committee of the Whole on June 16th, and there were some minor revisions that Council was hoping to include. So in the newest policy, we have included those revisions. The revisions include an addition of section 2.2, requiring administration to provide supporting rationale and analysis when recommending and establishment, modification, consolidation, renaming, and closure of reserves. An amendment to section 2.3 to recognize emergency response, disaster recovery, and an addition of section 2.5, recognizing restricted reserves and identifying the county's current restricted reserves, and an addition of section 8.2, establishing reserve reporting expectations, including reserve balances, contributions, transfers, and investment income allocations, reserve expenditures, and other reserve activity to support council oversight and decision-making. So I'm not sure if you want to go through the whole policy again. I think we went through that during the Committee of the Whole, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Just a quick question on this long-winded policy. Is there anything in there that states that once a reserve hits a certain level, that we should look at giving some of that reserve back to our ratepayers?
No, that's not in there.
There isn't?
No.
I'm just proposing that we look at something like that, because we're not in the business here to collect taxes and become multi-billionaires while our taxpayers aren't reaping the benefit of some of this stuff.
No, like
maybe it's something we can look at down the road. I don't know.
Well, basically it's reserves are funded by council. Council chooses to put funding into those reserves. It's not like an automatic collection of money where it gets to a certain point. If council decides that they want to put money into a reserve account, they put money into that reserve account. So it won't get to a point, a certain point where you'd give it back unless council decided that they were funding it. So the council would, in the budgetary process, council makes the decision to fund into a reserve. We don't make that process. It's not automatic.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, we don't need to have $92 billion in an account, and the ratepayers, we should have almost like a target. Okay. That's just a thought. Okay. Yeah, we're still talking here, but that's just a thought. I mean, it doesn't say anything in here, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, Councillor or CEO Teresa.
Thank you. Through the brief to all of council. So the reserves are here to fund our future capital needs. So our assets, our buildings, our processes, our roads, our gravel. Council decides every year how much they want to put in based on what we recommend for asset obligations over the next 30 years. Those things can change, but the reserves are very important to our future sustainability. It's not like we'd get to a place where we're like, bing, we have enough, let's give it back. We would never have enough. We will never be ahead of the game.
That being said, I disagree with you full-heartedly. I mean, it boils down to spending, and these are taxpayers' dollars. And that's just a comment that I made about having a pile of reserves. We will get there one day.
Is there any?
Councillor Hoppins?
I just want to say thank you for adding some of the comments that I had in there from the last presentation. And to me, the old policy served primarily as an accounting admin procedure, and the new policy establishes a more strategic governance framework and aligns with our financial management. To me, the new policy also, the reserve funding just doesn't, just because we have it doesn't mean we have to spend it. And I think the old policy left that window open a little bit. This new policy clarifies that just because we have it, we don't have to spend it. I'm also cautious that, I mean, we did it, 2 months ago, we spent 1/8 of our reserve in one meeting. I do agree a little bit that we have to be careful as to how much we have in reserves, but I do agree that we can never have enough because we never know what's going to come down in the future where we might have to spend a lot of money in a heck of a hurry. So I like the new policy as presented. And that ends my comments.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I would agree. We never know what the future holds, but we do know that a lot of the money that we're able to put in reserves comes from linear, and that isn't always going to be there. So I think we need to plan for that, plan for, I mean, when we're, you know, abandoning more wells than we're drilling, you know, we have to be cognizant of that, and yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of giving, you know, rebates, but I am in favor of trying to keep tax down. Thanks.
Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good conversation to have. For me, the best thing we can do for our ratepayers is keep our taxes as low as we can, potentially reduce them. I think that would make a lot of people happy. We've seen a lot of municipalities, even not very far from us, face some infrastructure failure. So I know I always feel confident that we've done our due diligence and we're saving well and being very mindful of that money. And as we've seen, we don't know what the province is going to do. We've faced more downloading. I've experienced that in the last 5 years. So yeah, I'm very happy that we've been very responsible and have that nest egg, because yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, thanks again. It's a good policy, or good bylaw. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hopkins?
I move that council approve policy 16-1 reserves as presented.
Any questions or concerns on that? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Let's go to 7-1.
We're good?
7-1 for the adoption of the 2026-2029 county strategic plan.
Good morning, council. Thanks for bringing this back to council to review the public information we gathered while we advertised. As you recall, on June 9th, council passed a motion directing administration to publicly advertise the draft strategic plan, invite feedback, and return for consideration today. We did get quite a few hits on our advertisement, and we advertised in quite a few places, as you've seen in the report, but we got about 16,000 advertisement views, which is quite amazing. And 190 people visited our strategic plan, which is quite great for a small rural municipality. The discussion was not significant in terms of requiring an addition or changes to our strategic plan, but it was good feedback and it was aligned with where council is going. Supporting practical and fiscal responsibility, adding transparency and communication with residents through our quarterly reports, which is things that we're already going to be doing. And then, of course, support for maintaining traditional service delivery alongside digital services, which we know is critically important to our residents. And recognizing, one ratepayer did talk about recognizing the long-term economic sustainability and continued growth of our municipal assessment base. We did get some good feedback, but at the same time, nothing that would require a major rewrite of the strategic plan. So if council's in agreement, I would recommend that council adopt the 2026 to 2029 strategic plan as presented.
When we got this information back, are these guys putting their names on anything? They're not required to put their names on? Yeah.
You can't share it.
Okay, because I mean, I see some stuff there that's, really, I don't even understand why it would be in here, but, okay. Any other questions or concerns? Councillor Cunningham?
Well, since I was the one that asked for this to go to the public, I just want to thank administration and council for allowing that to happen. And yeah, I think there was quite a bit of feedback, like you mentioned. 190 folks visited the strat plan, that's amazing to me, because I actually didn't even expect that we'd get that much. So I love the feedback. I'm not going to say I always agree with it, but I'll always welcome people's opinions, and I'll look at it and consider it. You know, as Arif said, there's definitely some interesting comments. I think a lot of it goes back to fiscal responsibility, which I think as a council, we could all say that's, you know, one of the top responsibilities that we feel we have. I don't want to put Ms. Cochran on the spot because I don't know if we have it. There was comments made about the cost of this. And for me personally, sitting here last term, and it's no slight on last council, but the decision was made last time to actually hire someone to facilitate the strategic plan. There was a stay in Red Deer and cost to that. So for me personally, looking what we did last term to this term, I don't know what the exact cost difference would be, but to me it would be substantial. So I don't know if we have the exact, to me this is a very minimal cost. We did it in-house. I appreciate the feedback for people, but I just want to let them know that it was a very low cost endeavor that we did. There's talk about, you know, somebody mentioned about if we want economic development, we need to reassess agriculture land. Well, that doesn't fall under our purview. That's a provincial regulation. And, you know, a lot of people talked about the community values and traditions, and I think we all speak to that. I think this was the one that talked about, oh yeah, the roads, 583, which I get a lot of comments too. When are you going to fix 583? We don't take care of 583, and so that's just communication too. And I think we did put that out on social media last week too, about which roads are our responsibilities and which are provincial. So again, it's just some education piece. Doesn't mean we can't advocate. We always do advocate with Minister Dreeshen, I think, or we try to. We ask for meetings, so we can definitely look at that and look at partnering with the town of Three Hills to advocate for that. But yeah, no, I think it was great. So yeah, well done.
The problem that I have with it is because this isn't, half this stuff that's coming back isn't from resident or ratepayers that from Kneehill County. They're from the towns. They're from everywhere. And I mean, I don't put any credit in this one whatsoever. I mean, there's a couple there that had a, you know, without taking everything for the grain of salt, but I mean, to sit there and say that we got to lower taxes or pay, the farmer's got to pay more than $300 an acre, that tells me exactly where these guys are coming from and who they are. But that being said, it is what it is, so. Yeah, go ahead.
So I did dive down the social media platform on this one, and I think majority, we actually know where these came from. If you go to social media, the comments are public. So, I mean, I'm just guessing, Ms. Cochran, but I think there was maybe just be a couple anonymous, but the majority were from Kneehill County. I mean, I know people well enough that a couple of the comments that came from 583, I know are Three Hills residents, but I would say the majority of the comments did for sure come from Kneehill County residents.
Any other discussion, concerns? Councilor Cunningham?
So, very good?
Pardon me?
Okay, you're good? We're good. Okay. I won't fight you on it. Okay. So I will move that council adopt the 2026-2029 Kneehill County Strategic Plan as presented.
Any other questions or concerns on the motion? All in favor? Carried. 7.2. We've been looking for this one for a long time. Carolyn, is this you?
It is me.
Okay.
So before you today is the most recent draft of the copy of the procedural bylaw, including the proposed amendments. Council had an opportunity to review these amendments at numerous meetings. Attachment A is included and provides a detailed breakdown of the proposed changes to Bylaw 1919, along with the rationale for each amendment. Since the last update, there has been an update on meetings by electronic means. Council directed administration to amend the bylaw to remove location-based requirements for electronic participation. Under the revised approach, members may participate electronically regardless of their location. However, participation is limited to a maximum of 2 consecutive regular council meetings unless otherwise authorized by resolution of council. So council has the option today to pass third reading to this bylaw or make amendments to the policy before making the third reading. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or concerns? I think we beat this one up to death. Yeah. Motion? Councilor Olson?
Yeah, I can make the motion that council provide third reading and final reading to bylaw 1930 procedural bylaw.
Any questions or concerns on the motion? Any questions or concerns on the motion? Any concerns or questions? All in favor? Carried. Let's take a 5-minute break at 10:44. Thanks. Are we on? We're live. Okay, we're back at 10:55. Let's go to 7.3.
Perfect.
Trochu Arboretum.
The 7.3, yeah, the grant request from the Trochu Arboretum. So good morning, council. Administration received an application from the Trochu and District Arboretum Society under the Community and Event Sponsorship Grant category. Under this funding stream, applicants are not, they're not required to present to council. So that's why you didn't see them today, see them present today. In terms of available funding, the county has $70,000 budgeted for community and event sponsorship requests in 2026. To date, $45,350 has been awarded to other projects. This leaves a remaining balance of $24,650 available for funding requests. I'll just bring up that pie chart that I bring up every meeting when there's a grant request. So there is 65% allocated already, 12% are applications in review. That includes the Prairie request that we heard earlier and the Trochu Arboretum. I haven't received any new requests since then. And the remaining available is 23%. So the county has provided to this organization in previous years. In 2025, council approved $500 in funding, and in 2024, council approved $1,112. My understanding is that the 2024 was the first year this event was organized by the Trochu and District Arboretum Society. Prior to that, the event was organized by a group of local women in Trochu, in the Trochu area, and no funding requests were made to the county prior to 2024. The application is attached and provides an overview of the project. Council's options today are as follows. Approve the funding request in the amount requested, approve a funding in a different amount, or deny the request and receive the report for information. That concludes my report, and I'll leave the matter with council for discussion and direction.
Councillor Olson.
Sorry, Caroline. Did you say we have given to them in the past 2 years as well? 2025 and
Yeah.
2024?
So
Okay.
2025, we provided them $500, and in 2024, we provided them $1,112.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So just to clarify, or maybe I'm getting mixed up, if we provided them $1,000 last year, they couldn't get it this year? Or is that the other grant?
That was through a different funding source, yeah.
Did it say anywhere where the town of Trochu gave any money?
They did. They provided them $500 in
Yeah.
advertising money.
Councillor Olson?
So yeah, if we gave funding in previous, like I thought we needed to skip once in a while, or is that correct? Is that not in our funding?
That's over 1,000.
That's over 1,000,
So
okay.
last year we gave them $500.
Okay. Yep.
But it's a new funding stream this year, so compared to last year.
Councillor Cunningham?
Looking at me. Yeah, no, this is a great event. I don't know if it said historically how many years. I know my late mother-in-law used to be very involved in it, and there is a lot of kids that go as well, and they take their flowers that they've grown or their baking that they've done, and so I think it kind of encompasses, all age levels. So it's a great event, and like Ms. Vanderkool said, previously it was just a group of women, local women, that took care of it, and now the society has taken it over. So with that being said, I will make the motion that council approve funding in the amount of $500 to the Trochu Arboretum Society to assist in the costs associated with hosting the Trochu Flower, Baking, and Photography Show.
Any comments on the motion? All in favor? Carried. 7.4, removal of historic motions from council action items.
So this is me again, and you know how much I love organizing and keeping things clean, so I'm bringing you today a report regarding the removal of historical motions from the council action item list. Many of these motions were passed prior to the current council term, and several have remained inactive for some time. In some cases, the motions no longer reflect the priorities or direction of the current council. Rather than continuing to carry these items forward forever, administration is recommending that they be removed from the action items list. Under the Municipal Government Act, council may rescind or amend previous decisions by resolution. The motions administration is recommending for removal are as follows. Motion 123/25. This motion was passed prior to the current council term. The matter has remained inactive for some time, and administration does not believe there is an intention to pursue it further. The second motion, 30325. Similarly, this motion was passed before the current council term and has been parked for an extended period without further action. Motion 41125. This motion relates to a council road tour. Responsibility for coordinating road tours now falls under the road committee. If council still wishes to proceed with road tours in the future, administration recommends that this item be managed through that committee rather than remain on the action item list. Motion 41525. This motion directed the 2026-2029 policy review schedule to the committee of the whole. Administration is currently reviewing county policies and working to bring all policy reviews up to date. As a general practice, policies should be reviewed at least once every 4 years. This means that, in theory, each policy will come before a sitting council during its term. If council wishes to review a specific policy sooner, administration would be pleased to bring it forward at any time. Council has several options today. One is to remove all the motions identified in this report. 2, remove only selected motions from the list, or receive the report for information, which would result in no changes being made to the current action items list. That concludes my report. I will leave the matter in council's hands.
Thank you. Any discussion? Pretty simple, straightforward. Motion. Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to move that we remove all of the, all three, motion 123/25, motion 303/25, motion 411/25, motion 415/25.
Everyone's okay with the motion? All in favor? Carried. Uh, 7.5, Kneehill County Scholarship Applications. This will be you again, Carolyn? You're speaking quite a lot this meeting.
Okay. Sorry. 2. There we are. Okay, so good morning again. Today I am pleased to present the 2026 Kneehill County Scholarships. As you may know, each year Kneehill County awards 2 scholarships of $2,000 each to residents enrolled in post-secondary institutions. This year we received 6 eligible applications from only 2 high schools in our region. Every year we come up with a new essay question on the application. This year the essay question posed to the applicants was, what initiatives do you think a rural municipality like Kneehill County could take to better support youth in building meaningful careers and staying connected to their community? Council, before we proceed, I'd like to briefly explain why administration is recommending that the scholarship applications be considered in closed session. The scholarship applications contain personal information submitted by youth applicants, including educational information, personal statements, achievements, and other identifying information that was provided to the county for the purpose of evaluating scholarship eligibility. Under Alberta's new legislative framework, including POPA and ATIA, public bodies have heightened obligation to protect personal information and limit its disclosure to only what is necessary for lawful purpose. While scholarship applications may have been reviewed in open session in previous years, administration has reviewed our practices as part of the county's privacy management program and determined that discussing individual applications in a public meeting creates a risk of unnecessary disclosure of personal information belonging to youth applicants. Moving the discussion to closed session helps ensure the applicant's personal information remains protected and that council can evaluate the applications fairly and respectfully without publicly disclosing personal details that were provided in confidence. Following council's discussion and decision, the scholarship recipients will be announced publicly. However, the personal information contained within the application themselves will remain protected. For these reasons, administration recommends that council move into closed session to discuss the scholarship applications.
Should we go into another one after, do them all in closed session, or do we want to go to 2 different closed sessions?
We can go into closed session to discuss this and then go on to we can do it whatever way you want. We can skip this and go to the next agenda item.
Let's do that, and then we're in
Closed session and, yeah, and we'll just have to come out and then,
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, come out, we're done.
for sure.
Yeah. Okay. 8.1.
It's me again. Hi. Yeah, so earlier today, we heard from the Prairie Christian Academy. They are requesting $7,500 in grant funding to assist with their playground upgrades. The application is before you, provides an overview of the project and outlines the funding being requested. In terms of available funding, the county has $70,000 budgeted for these types of requests. To date, we have allocated $45,350 to other projects in 2026, leaving a remaining balance of $24,650. The county has provided funding to this organization in the past. Council approved a project in the amount of $25,000 in 2018 to build a sports court and baseball diamonds and playground, which you saw pictures of in his presentation today. Council's options today are as follows: approve the funding in the amount requested, approve funding in a different amount, or deny the request and receive the item for information. That concludes my report. I will now leave it with council for discussion.
C.A. Cochran? C.O. Cochran.
Sorry, our planning manager sent me a message on this one. So because they're part of the school board and the school division, they could apply for reserve funding, school reserve funding, through the funding that we set aside for school reserves. So there is another option for funding for this project besides our community grants, just as an FYI. And we could follow up with them should that be the way that council chooses to go.
Councillor Olson?
So when we gave them money in 2018 for the playground equipment, did that come out of that reserve funding, or was it out of a grant?
It was out of, it was a grant.
Because we do this for
Yeah, it was a
we do
community
this for
grant.
most schools,
Actually,
right?
no, it wasn't a community grant. It was a, because they didn't really meet the eligibility of the community grant application. And council just made a motion taking it out of reserves.
Okay, and we do this quite often for all schools within the municipalities, is that correct?
Well, some, like we've, like when they've built a new school, we've provided other schools with funding, like the Acme School received $100,000 for their gymnasium project. Trochu.
But I guess specifically playground.
For playgrounds, we haven't really, that was the only playground that we,
Okay.
besides our own playgrounds in Kneehill County, that we've really contributed funds to.
That's why I wanted to bring this back to council again, because this is getting convoluted and too much money. I mean, you know, what I said before, I'm not in favor of schools and or hospitals getting this stuff. There's dollars and cents, we're already paying taxes there. CEO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the brief to all of council. So the MGA on section 671-2 covers the municipal school reserves and how they can get funding for that. So we do have funds set aside for school use, for applications for things like playgrounds, for sporting equipment, for additions. I've dealt with this a lot in previous roles in previous governments. Here I haven't seen too many applications come through, but we do have a healthy reserve to support schools through that set aside funding acquired by the province. And that's where they would have got the funding the first time, I believe.
That reserve is required by the province?
Yes, yes. I can get you
So
more.
how much do we, so sorry, this is off topic, but I mean, how much does the province require us to put into this?
I will get you all the information on the school
Oh,
reserves, because every development has to set aside a portion, but I'm not as familiar with our policy here, but we have to set aside a portion that goes into that reserve that supports schools funding in the future. But I will
And
find
where
you.
where is that reserve at? Do we have that? No, sorry.
No,
I think
it's a healthy balance.
I think we'll let.
But I'll
we'll
get you
bring
the
that back
information.
because
I'll bring
I
it
need-
back.
We'll bring that back and we'll need discussion on that too, because, you know, here we go. Province telling us what we're already paying taxes and they're telling us we gotta pay more. Yeah. Okay, carrying on. Any other questions? Motion? Counselor Olson.
Yeah, I would make the motion that council approve the grant request for, or approve the funding in the amount of $7,500 to the Prairie Christian Academy for, to assist in costs associated with, I removed that motion just based on, I think we need to find out for a different, that there might be a different form of funding. Sorry. So yeah, instead, I removed the motion and I would like to table funding this possibly, or getting information on the education funding of schools and sources, yeah, because we may want to do this. Yeah, so table it to next meeting?
Yeah.
That's good? Okay, thank you. So does that have to be a motion? Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. I will continue. I make the motion that council defer this agenda item and request administration bring back further information to the August 21st, 2026 meeting.
Clarification, that should be the 25th.
Thank you.
21st is a Friday.
For, do I have to say it again?
No.
Okay, it's for the August 25th, thank you.
Everybody's okay with the motion? All in favor? Oh, pardon me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, just, and this isn't a comment, or wouldn't be part of the motion, but I would really encourage them as well to go to the town of Three Hills as well and submit a funding request from them as well, so.
Counselor Hopkins?
Yeah, and one more to that. I know there's lots of other funding avenues that they can approach as well. Like, we do have the grant writer that has been able to be quite successful in quite a few grants, so that's another option for them. That might work too, so just be prepared.
I do believe that this organization has gone to the grant writer, and the grant writer did suggest that we do have grant funding available and to apply here as well.
Okay,
Motion on the table?
everybody okay? All in favor? Carried. Let's go to council and committee reports. Well, we only have Division 5 always. Oh, okay, sorry.
Division 5, 1, and 4.
Oh, all right then. Let's start with Division 5.
Let's just set the tone right off the top. Yeah, yeah. I'm on a time limit. Yeah, no, actually pretty quick and simple for me. Yeah, just July 1st, attended the Busy Bee Breakfast that they do there. It's a fundraiser, and all the funds raised go to the food bank, so that was awesome. And then I had a quick pickup and off went to the Trochu parade, so that was great. I know Councillor Hoppins was there with the Trochu Fire Department, and yeah, Trochu just knocks it out of the park every year, so kudos to them. Great parade, well attended, awesome. So July 11th was a Three Hills parade, and I just want to say thanks to CEO Cochran for attending. I had a great driver from Kneehill County that I was able to meet that day, so thank you to him. And I had two really awesome young pals from Division 5 that I recruited to come help throw candy, and they did an excellent job, and they're on retainer for next year, so that was great. And again, Three Hills does a great job, Chamber, with the Kids Carnival and everything, music in the park, and yeah, just a great day. It's so good to see people gather and be together and yeah, have fun, so. And then July 13th, I did attend the Trochu Housing meeting. Councillor Hoppins was away. Maybe we'll bring some minutes forward with that when they come to us. But basically the same messaging, on time, on budget, and they're moving forward with things. So I think they're planning another site tour, I think in about September. So if anybody's interested, it is worth a tour there, because yeah, for me personally, I can't look at the plans and see what it's going to look like. So to actually be on site, it's pretty amazing. And yeah, July 14th, we had an FCSS meeting, and we're making some progress on our multi-municipal agreement. I think we're getting close, and they've been hosting camps, and they've all been full. So they've been doing lots of fun things this summer. So yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Division 1, I attended the 100th anniversary of the Hesketh Hall, and it was a fun event. Lots of history, lots of pictures, some amazing stories about the town. I never realized Hesketh had as much history as it did. I mean, they went through it all. They had hotels, they had everything, but I was asked to thank the council for the $7,000 that they received, and they put the money to good use. Believe you me, I saw the old chairs in that hall, and you didn't want to sit down in them. The new chairs were much more comfortable, so it was well spent. And anyhow, they want to express their gratitude for that.
Yep, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, that's so awesome that you attended that, and what a great event. And I'm just wondering if that's another thing, maybe Ms. Cochran, that we could put on our social media, because I noted when we did the Ghost Pine one, people just love that. And people love to see the events that are going on in the history of the county. So I think that would be a great one to include as well.
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I just attended the Silver Willow's 50th anniversary on July 11th. It was most of the day. They had bands, they had pancake breakfast, hot dog, steak dinner at the end, which was to all help benefit the Silver Willows Seniors Association. It was a great event, and shout out also to the Brookhaven bar and restaurant there for helping put the event in front of the bar there, because of the construction that we had on the laneway. It was kind of closed off there, so it was just brought out, and it was just they just helped the seniors Silver Willows Association there so much, so I just wanted to give them a shout out. Yeah, it was a great day. Other than that, attended the ASB summer tour this last week in Wheatland County. They put on a great summer tour. We toured lots of different farming, agriculture areas, and I guess one that stuck out to me was the solar sheep, where they were grazing the sheep under the solar project there just south and east of town there. So I was actually surprised at the amount of growth they could get under those panels. So there was some interesting information there. So no, all in all, it was, I thought they made a great event and got some useful information there. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other? We lead pretty boring lives, the rest of us. Okay, let's go to number 10, council follow-up action list. Has everybody had a chance to look at it? I didn't see anything pressing on it unless you wanted to have a quick look at, or? Councilor Cunningham.
Yeah, not pressing, but I noticed motion 9226 about the information on the newsletter, that it was going to come back in July. We're probably going to be looking for that in August now, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Everybody okay with it? The action list? Okay. We better get into closed session. Councilor Hopkins.
I move into closed session at 11:22.
Carried. Okay, we're out of closed session at 12:54. Motions from? Pardon me, Councillor Penner?
I would make the motion that council move forward on the order to remedy contraventions at a maximum cost of $60,000 and the costs added to the tax roll number 322-6344-3900.
Everyone's okay with the motion? Any concerns? All in favor? Carried. Oh, Councillor Cunningham?
I will make the motion that council award the 2026 Kneehill County Scholarship in the amount of $2,000 each to Shelby Pipke and Riette Breet.
Any concerns, questions? Councillor Hopkins?
I just want to say in regards to the scholarship, there were some pretty good essays and letters of reference, and just want to say thanks to those that submitted, and congratulations to the two winners. Thank you.
We have to stay till 1.
Councillor Cunningham?
No, and thank you, Councillor Hopkins, because I have to say this is one of the hardest things that I do every year, and it actually, when I read these essays, it gives me great hope for the future and for Kneehill County. It's just so hard to decide, and like you say, good job to everybody.
All in favor? Carried. Do we have any other comments or questions prior to adjournment or anything? Councillor Cunningham? Oh, good. Okay, let's adjourn.